They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A smooth beginning for the favorite Hey Pal, who bounds out for the lead. By Mink Standards angles to the outside, as it's Almez who's displaying speed, who's in the second spot. By Mink Standards in third. Mr. Baldy outside in fourth. Busy, tucked in along the inside fifth. Four off the lead. 2 lengths back to Rein It In second last, and 2 more lengths to the trailer. And that is KC Kelsey as they turn on to the backstretch. Hey Pal on top of By Mink Standards and Almez outside second and third. They're clear by 4.5. Mr. Baldy mid-flight in fourth to the outside, a busy fifth. Then a length back to Rein It In and a margin of about 8 lengths to KC Kelsey, who's at the tail of the field. Half mile to go. Hey Pal, the 1-2 favorite, has the lead over By Mink Standards, prompting outside second. Almez, Blue Blinkers in third. Busy. And the Blue House Silks in fourth. Now up into a joint third. 2 lengths off the lead is Busy. Rein It In is in fifth and 5 lengths off the lead. Half length back to Mr. Baldy's Under Pressure, and many lengths back to KC Kelsey, who's at the tail of the field. A quarter of a mile left to travel. Hey Pal, busy, gets on through towards the inside and challenges for the lead. And By Mink Standards is in third and 4 lengths off the pace, and then it's Almez in fourth. As they run down to the final furlong, Hey Pal lets it out a notch and spurts clear by 7 lengths in a blink of an eye. Busy left in his wake. 16th to go. It's graduation day for Hey Pal. Hey Pal wins convincingly. Busy second over Rein It In. Before that's Amore. So you got win in place, exacta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering as your wagering options. Post time for race number 2 in about 19 minutes at 12:48 p.m. They're on the gate. And they're off. Back to Kali, zipping out for the lead and is headstrong and opens up by about 3 lengths as they go around that first turn. It's Lily Strum who's to the inside of Espresso Teeny, and a gap of 2 lengths to Flying Phoebe, who's at the back of the pack and about 6.5 lengths off the lead. 6 furlongs to go, and they transition to the backstretch. It's back to Kali, and Joel Cruz on the engine has the lead by 4. First quarter mile, 23 4/5. Lily Strum and Caber Koa sit in the second spot, a length and a half to Flying Phoebe and Emmanuel De Diego in third, and 2 more lengths to Espresso Teeny and Raylu Gutierrez at the back of the pack. They run to the half-mile pole. Back to Kali on top. The lead still 4 lengths over Lily Strum in second. The opening half in 47 3/5. A margin of 2 to Flying Phoebe towards the inside in third. Then about 7 lengths to Espresso Teeny, who's under pressure to keep up at the tail of the field. 3 furlongs to go. Back to Kali. The lead's 5 lengths over Lily Strum, who's a clear-cut second. Another 3 lengths back to Flying Phoebe in third. And about 13 lengths to the trailer, Espresso Teeny, as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Back to Kali as Cruz takes a look over for the competition and can see Lily Strum and Koa bearing down the outside. Looks like a 2-horse race as they got about 1 furlong to go. Back to Kali, but it's Lily Strum. Lily Strum now wrestles that lead away from Back to Kali, and then a country block back to the other 2, Flying Phoebe and Espresso Teeny. As they come down the winning line, it's Lily Strum. Give Caber Koa a riding double in the card. Back to Kali second, Espresso Teeny third, fourth Flying Phoebe. 6 cents, exacta $4.56. Third race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Third race starts the early 50-cent pick. And they're off. Smooth Tails wins the break and fires out for the lead. In a minute, though, wants that lead and has inside position. These 2 side by side as they take on that first turn. It's Central Love, who's 3 wide third. Dorothy's Happiness saving all the ground in fourth. Bar flies outside of him. A couple lengths back to the trailers. Flash Kiss to the outside at Don't Poke the Cat. Those 2 about 11 lengths off the lead. 6 furlongs to go as they transition to the backstretch. In a minute has the lead, hounded by Smooth Tails on the outside second. They're clear by 8 over Central Love in third. First quarter mile carved out in 24 seconds. Barfly towards the inside in fourth. 4 more lengths back to Dorothy's Happiness, a clear-cut fifth. And then a space of about 8 lengths to the trailers. Don't Poke the Cat to the inside of Flash Kiss. The opening half in 47 2/5. Good pace in the front end, being set by In a Minute. In a Minute shakes clear of Smooth Tails as they make the entry into the far turn. It's Central Love who's in third. Dorothy's Happiness towards the inside fourth. Barfly able to split rivals, and Barfly's now up into second, right to the outside of Dorothy's Happiness. Central Love is in fourth, but doesn't go with the second and third place horses. Don't Poke the Cat from far back is into the top four, saving all the ground towards the inside of the red blinkers here as they reach the top of the stretch. Barfly, Dorothy's Happiness bump, and Don't Poke the Cat takes the inside passage if good enough, and Don't Poke the Cat is now on even terms with Dorothy's Happiness and Barfly, and these three throw it down with a 16th to go. Dorothy's Happiness, Don't Poke the Cat, Barfly across the track. It's Don't Poke the Cat and Dorothy's Happiness. If I had to guess, Dorothy's Happiness, but that's a three-way photo finish. Double $10.20, exact at $15.70. Trifecta, $18.29. Dime Super. And they're off. It's Tekka, Rue Mint, and Silent Sandy. These three vie for the early lead, and now it's Rue Mint and Silent Sandy who kick on with it, and Tekka takes back a little bit in third. 4 lengths off the lead. Turn up the music outside of her in fourth. Miss Pab is wide around that first turn. Cabernet saves all the ground towards the inside. And then it's Mission Avenue who is in between horses. And now Miss Pab is at the tail of the field. Rue Mint has the lead by a length and a half. Silent Sandy, turn up the music outside second and third. Tekka races in fourth. Mission Avenue 3 wide and fifth to the outside of Cabernet. And 3 parts of a length back to Miss Pab, who's deep on the course at the back of the pack at about 8.5 lengths off the lead. Up the backstretch, it's Rue Mint setting a good pace at the front end. The lead's a length and a half over Silent Sandy. Turn up the music on the extreme outside, now up into second. Fourth place is Tekka and about 7 lengths off the lead. Cabernet scoots on through towards the inside in fifth. Miss Pab is still deep on the course, and Mission Avenue is now at the tail of the field. 3 furlongs to go. Rue Mint leads by 2 over Turn Up the Music, who's niggled upon to go after the leader in second, and then a gap of about 7 lengths back to Silent Sandy. Cabernet's up the inside. Miss Pab is deep on the course. Then it's Tekka in second last, and Mission Avenue trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch, and Rue Mint makes a dash for home. Rue Mint has a lead by 4 lengths. Turn Up the Music's in second. Miss Pab, Cabernet third and fourth. 1 furlong to go. Rue Mint continues to lead by about 5 lengths over Turn Up the Music. Cabernet's up into third. As they come down to the winning line, it's Rue Mint. Rue Mint in front. Turn Up the Music second. Cabernet third, fourth. Silent Sandy. Cents. Trifecta $7.66. Super $3.72. Pick 3 $4.94. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. And they're off. Scarlet Queen barrels out for the front. Galilean's Girl towards the inside. Purple Divine is 4 wide. Birdbice Honey in the 3-path, only a half length off the lead. A gap of about 5 lengths to Hip Hop Dancer playing on Broadway and Battle Rifle. They make up that cluster. And then a separation of about 10 lengths to the trailer, Marigold, who's at the tail of the field. On to the turn, Galilean's Girl to the inside of Purple Divine. These two are more or less on even terms. Scarlet Queen's up the inside third. Birdbice Honey now losing a position at this point in time in fourth, and 6.5 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths back to Battle Rifle in fifth. Then a half length back to Hip Hop Dancer playing on Broadway is in second last as they arrive at the top of the stretch. A struggle between Galilean's Girl and Purple Divine. These two nip and tuck in upper stretch. Scarlet Queen skims the inside in third, about 4 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Galilean's Girl trying to turn away Purple Divine, and Scarlet Queen late on the scene up the inside. Galilean's Girl and Scarlet Queen. It's Galilean's Girl in front. Scarlet Queen second. Third, Purple Divine. Fourth, Birdbice Honey. Super $10.82. Pick 3, $8.59. Pick 5, $37.32. Race 6 from Finger Lakes, no changes. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Hop in the air at the start for Nil Rock. It's Drinking Solo setting out for the lead. America's Justice forwardly placed, as well as October Bliss. As it's Gandy Dancing, will be widest around that first turn. Co-Conspirator is at the fence, and then it's Nilrock in mid-pack, followed up by Majestic Frontier, who skims the inside. Ring Good is in 8th, Utamaro 9th, and 3 lengths of Socks for Daughters in the 10th and trailing position as they navigate the first turn. It's Drinking Solo, who has the yellow blinkers in front. October Bliss now pressing on by. Then about 3 lengths back to Gandy Dancing, America's Justice, and Co-Conspirator, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 3 lengths, Neil Rock runs along in the 6th spot. 4 more lengths back to Utamaro to the outside of Majestic Frontier. Ring Goods in second last, and a gap of about 7 lengths to Socks for Daughters, who's at the tail of the field. October Bliss with a half mile to go on top by 2. America's Justice, and a close photo with October Bliss. Then it was they're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. It's Bay Bank, Golden Rain, now 30 Oysters, and Mr. Einstein on the outside. Mr. Einstein, 30 Oysters first and second. Golden Rain, Bay Bank third and fourth. Centavo takes back in fifth. Then in sixth place, that is Finalist. Followed up by Speedy Hans, who's towards the inside. Gliding a Fleet is next and about 10 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Retail Man in second last, and Henry III is at the back of the pack as they transition to the backstretch. Good pace in the front end, being set by Mr. Einstein and 30 Oysters. They're side by side and clear by 4. Bay Bank is off the inside in third. Golden Rain is outside of him in fourth, and then in fifth, that's Centavo. Centavo's in that middle cluster, almost into a joint third, 3.5 off the lead. Speedy Hans and Finalist are making moves up the inside in the middle going. Then it's Gliding a Fleet, who's 2 lengths in front of Henry the Navigator, or Henry III, excuse me, and 3 lengths to Retail Man, who's at the tail of the field. On to the far turn, Mr. Einstein, 30 Oysters. Centavo gets through towards the inside. Finalist is in the aqua cap right behind the leaders, 2.5 off the lead. Speedy Hans scrapes the paint. Golden Rain goes wide. Bay Bank drops back. Gliding a Fleet, Henry III are making moves. Only 6.5 off the lead, those two, as they reach the top of the stretch, and it's Finalist and Centavo. And these two square off. Speedy Hans switches to the outside third, 2.5 lengths off the lead, as they got 1 furlong to go, and it's Finalist. Finalist has the lead inside the final furlong, opening up by 2 over Centavo. Speedy Hans on the outside, up into second, but as they come to the winning line, it's Finalist. Finalist in front, Speedy Hans second, Centavo third. Henry III was cents, exacted $43.48. Trifecta $58.56. Super $135.34. And they're off. It's Cajunette who's edging out for the lead. Jactador flashing early speed. Red Butterflies on the outside with Hypnotic Flare. La Indecentes at the fence in a joint fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Bounty Killer is mid-pack to the inside of Cozy Magic. A gap of about 5 lengths to Padrino's Gold. It kicks on through towards the inside and passes Wine Trail, who's at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn, Red Butterfly on top. Cajunette relegated back to second. Hypnotic Flare contending third. La Indecente nudged upon in fourth. Jetador mid-flight in fifth. Cozy Magic outside of her in sixth. 3 lengths back to Bounty Killer in seventh. Then second last, Padrino's Gold. Wine Trails at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and it's Red Butterfly who comes off the turn leading by a length over Hypnotic Flare, who's challenging on the outside in second. Cajunette one paced in third. Then it's La Indecente. Cozy Magic stand side, still 6 lengths off the lead. They run to the 16th pole. A feud between Red Butterfly and Hypnotic Flare. Hypnotic Flare pushing on by Red Butterfly, who's game up the inside. Hypnotic Flare wins over Red Butterfly. Then it was La Indecente. Effective $14.48. Superfecta $8.68. Pick 3 $40.40. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a special, and I do mean special, Thursday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 race card is scheduled. Track is listed as muddy. Got about 44 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, number 1, Light Thoughts, 2 over. Number 4, Adame, 1 over. Second race, number 4, Rockstar Rebel, 3 pounds over. Third race, number 3, Stunning Sugar, 1 pound over. Fourth race, scratch number 5, Rockin' Money, scratch number 8, Skellick Island. Rockin' Money, Skellick Island, 5 and 8, scratch from the 4th. Number 1, Sanzio, is 1 pound over. Fifth race, number 5, Dracula, 1 pound over. Sixth race, scratch number 6, Father Walsh, scratch number 7, Limit Up. Father Walsh, Limit Up, 6 and 7, scratch from the 6th race. Seventh race, number 7, Morvino, 2 pounds over. Eighth race, scratch number 2, He Has It All, scratch number 4, Z-Bear. He Has It All, Z-Bear, 2 and 4, scratched from the 8th race. Late work for number 8, Hey Hey Harry. Workout took place at Finger Lakes November 8th. 3 furlongs, muddy surface, 38 seconds breezing. Ninth and final, scratch number 4, Maze Loved Laffy. Number 4, Maze Loved Laffy, a scratch from the 9th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Track is listed as muddy. 42 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Looking at this Thursday card. Oh, yes, we're all screwed up. I'm far away from you now. Jackie Davis, not with us today as she did have an appointment. She'll be back with us next week. We are going to have an earlier post time Monday through Wednesday, the last 2 weeks of the season. Hard to believe we're getting close to the end of the year. 12:10 first post. That'll be every day. 12:10 first post for the last 6 days of the season. Of course, today will be the last day of 12:20. Coming at you right now, right here on this Thursday. Now, what we have today is the Veterans Day card. Tuesday, we had the inclement weather, really the first real bad weather we had for winter weather, and yeah, the track froze, and we decided to cancel and move the card to today. It's the same exact card as Tuesday. Good news for me is I already looked at the card, so pretty much, other than a couple different scratches, pretty much the same picks that I had prepared anyway. Jackie Davis also worked with me that morning, so she has we'll put her picks up at the end of the day too. So we both looked at the card, and again, there's some differences. We had a couple track condition scratches. There's still track condition scratches today, but a couple that are in today that wouldn't have run on Tuesday. So they had a couple different races today. I think the second and the sixth race, but didn't get to go over it on Tuesday anyway because we canceled right as we started the show. Yesterday, saw some good performances. We had the 2-year-old feature day. I think we had 3 2-year-old races. First 2 races were a mile for the boys and the girls. Caber Koa did pretty well, sweeping that early double. Wow, what a performance by Hey Pal in the first race. Very impressive performance. And the horse in the second looked pretty good too. So we'll see. I mean, you like to see these horses maybe run over the winter. They run those, during the winter in New York, when they go first time 3-year-olds in January, they got some good money for those horses too. But I'd like to see them back as they develop as 3-year-olds next year as well. Real late with some of these good 2-year-olds. We'll see, with some good performances on yesterday's card. We'll look at today. First race, remember, muddy racetrack. Hopefully drying out a little bit. I mean, we're going to have an off track throughout the day. Hopefully, I'll say the weather gets a little bit warmer. And I think we're going to be muddy, though, most of the day. Would expect an off track again. Won't have really a chance to dry out because we are expecting some wet weather. Whether it's rain or snow, you don't know this time of year. The cold November rain. Allowance race is the first, and a horse that's been really, really impressive has been Queen's Cat. And I mean, she just seems to be getting better. And when you go from it's basically the same race that she just won, maybe easier, because she was going through conditions. She went through lifetimes, and then she went pretty much to the one state bred last time. It's basically the same race. And now she moves to the one state bred today. And I mean, this is the true one state bred after basically that 4 lifetime or one other than that she was in last time. And that field came up really soft. Well, she would have had it easier on Tuesday because Bad Connection had scratched. But today, Bad Connection might make it a little bit tougher as far as tactics-wise because she does like to go to the front. It may not matter if she's pressed. I mean, she can endure quick fractions and she comes home in quick time. But at least that adds a little vulnerability to Queen's Cat because she will have somebody pressing her from the outside. But just really tough to go against. And let's face it, the off track won't hinder her. Might even actually help her. She's 3 for 3 on the off track. Her, King's Cat also likes it. King's Dancer, Queen's Dancer are the other ones. I think the half was King's Dancer, Queen's Dancer. They both run here, and they're both pretty good too. But Queen's Dancer really liked the off track, and Queen's Cat seems to as well. Now, if you're thinking that one wins, it's all a matter of trips to get second and third. Again, the race changes a little bit from what it would have been because of the presence of Bad Connection. Bad Connection may ensure a quick pace for Queen's Cat. So I think it changes the mentality for a horse like Adame, who normally does play presser or shows early speed, going 6 furlongs, going shorter today at 5.5. I think she just basically tracks the speed because you got Bad Connection that at least is going to keep Queen's Cat honest. So she could track in third. And if she's sitting in third and then tries to make one run at the end, maybe she gets there, or maybe she's at least insured second by passing a tiring bad connection, holding off everybody else. So I think that would be the tactics for May, instead of just trying to get out there aggressively. It is 5.5, so you want to stay close. Seemed like you had to be somewhat close yesterday, although they were doing some quick fractions in a couple of those races. I'll go with this one second because I think she'll get the trip. Thin Legs might be in that same mentality. She could do either, though. She used to be a true speed horse. They've kind of changed her running style. Michael's pretty good at that. He's very good at getting a horse to relax. And he's done that with this horse. And what I liked about Thin Legs, her race earlier in September, like the beginning of September, there was a race loaded with speed. Michael rated her and tried to make a run, and it worked out because they went 21 and change for the first quarter. Took advantage of that. That's just sharp tactics. And she likes this distance. And all 6 of her 7 wins are at 5.5, but she might be running for underneath unless Queen's Cat either gets a little tired from bad connection or just doesn't run her race. But I think she'd really have to regress off of her recent form to get defeated by anybody in here. Just seems that way. So you go from these conditions that she's running, those lifetime conditions, and then going into the one state bred like this, it should be easier. It's supposed to be easier. I mean, not to knock like a horse by Maravaglosa. She was going through conditions. She's finding it tougher as she goes into the one state bred or the 11 and 9s. Light Thoughts took advantage of a speed favor in Racetrack as she was the outside speed. And I just think it could be just 3-4-2 in the first. Really just tough to go against Queen's Cat. All right, second race, an allowance race, never won 3 condition, going 6 furlongs. Yeah, I mean, this race came up pretty competitive. I'm glad we brought back this card because I like this card. Unfortunately, we lost a couple later in the day that we didn't lose the other day. But it's just the main event that we have today, I like to call it the main event, but obviously our feature, the Veterans Day Dash will now be the Thursday Dash, and it is a pretty good one. Well, I went with a little bit of a price in here. This was pretty wide open. I didn't know what to do with Russie, who comes in here for the legendary H. James Bond, because primarily a turf horse running on the dirt. Well, I used him. He wasn't entered for Tuesday, but I used him for third just because he's got some class and he has had some experience on the dirt. I'm going to go with a sleep at 8 off of his last couple performances. I'm looking at the horse that beat him last time. I mean, Blamaker, I know Blamaker's pretty lightly raced. Came in here off the layoff, first time 3-year-old earlier this spring, and just ripped up the racetrack in 103 for 5.5 furlongs. Nobody else has come close to that as far as being the fastest time of the year. Then Blamaker tried to go to New York, and he went quick and quit there, but he got off a break and came back. Again, that horse must run well fresh. And I tell you what, didn't go that much slower. He went 104 and changed. Pretty impressive horse for Chris Engelhart. Well, Asleep at 8 wasn't that badly beaten by Blamaker. That's kind of what I'm looking at here. It does depend on the trip. You do have the speed from the outside with 2:30 a.m. Price's Truth might be aggressive from the rail to keep 2:30 a.m. from getting away. To give Asleep at 8, but Asleep at 8's not going to be that far back. He is the horse that likes to lay close and make that one run. But those are 5.5 furlong races. So I guess the question mark would be, can he have that same type of race going 3 quarters? I think so. You just got to get the right kind of trip. And you see the ascending numbers. The buyers go 58, 69 to the best lifetime race that this horse has run, 78. So this horse is getting good at the right time and a good time to play him back here. You weren't going to be you weren't going to be Blamaker. I mean, the only way you would have bet against Blamaker is just thinking that, well, he's coming off the layoff, maybe he's not sharp. Well, guess what? can't beat that one. I tell you what, a sleep at 8 was trying to make a run at him, and he wasn't losing ground to Blamiker. He was gaining on that rival. Yeah, Price is Truth. Yeah, he could be aggressive from the rail. He is coming off a good-looking victory. You look at the horse that beat Cadillac Joe. Had to get closer to that one so I could see. But Cadillac Joe came back and showed his stuff the other day. I mean, Cadillac Joe's a nice horse. For Price is True to get up to beat that one, and then Cadillac Joe beat an easier field where he was the main speed the other day. But the fact that Price is Truth was able to run him down last time, you got to kind of take a second look at Price is Truth at 5-1. See, Jackie likes the horse, and I like him second. And I think off of that race, he's a good horse to use, but he's going to have to turn the tables on a Sleep at Night or Sleep at 8, who beat him 2 back. Maybe the distance may be a reason why he turns the tables. You can't knock anybody else in here. 2:30 a.m. looks like a good claim. Steps back up to the allowance. If he gets the lead in here, he's dangerous. Cast a Coin. What a good job that Jacqueline Falk has done with Cast a Coin. Did I see Stephen Frett coming back, by the way? He's the one that won with this horse for the 2-year-old stake. That one plays. I couldn't take him as the favorite in here at 5-2, though. And the tricky one is the 5 Rusty, I thought, because he's primarily a turf horse, and both wins were on the turf. But I'm looking at the breeding. He actually can go long or short with the breeding. I mean, the Dam's a Half to Ruffino was a multiple stakes winner. Pretty good one. I think that was a Raffi's Majesty. This one, by looking at Lucky, yeah, there's turf, obvious turf, but I think it's more route than sprint, whether it's dirt or turf. So would like to see this horse, whether it's turf or dirt, at least try a route race, especially here at Finger Lakes. I think he would do well in this condition. But even so, the breeding is really good, that if this horse takes to this surface, and he does have a good number for a wet dirt racetrack, that he could be okay in here. Obviously, you got a great trainer. I didn't know what to do with the horse, to be honest with you, because he hasn't had a lot of dirt experience. He hasn't won on the dirt, but he still might be good enough to be competitive against these on the dirt. All right. Race. My actual numbers are 3, 1, 5 in race number 2. But I do give a lot of credit to Cast the Coin. I think I did have 3, 1, 2 on Tuesday, but I had to throw in the 5. The 5 was actually scratched for Tuesday, but he's going to be in today. So I'll go with 3, 1, 5 in the second race. All right, third race, an allowance race for Fillies and Bears, never won 3 condition. Yeah, I mean, this was a good race. I mean, you got the speed of the 5, Blam Bam's Kiss. Stunning Sugar opted not even to try to go with Queen's Cat, which normally you'd say was probably a good move. And we're on the third race. Happy Smile, though, I do like the last race for Happy Smile, considering he beat a pretty good field for that condition. I mean, you look at Queens over 3s, that one pulled off an upset in the next start. Yeah, we're on the third race. Happy Smile does come off the 2 straight victories and now goes the distance of 6 furlongs. What's going on?
We have to stop the show.
Why?
Why?
Sorry.
Don't is out, and we need to fix it.
Okay. I apologize. We are going to have to cut off early. You can check with the picks later, but we do have some technical difficulties. So stay with us. So we have a post time coming up of 12:20, and I'll be back with you on Monday for the card in a few days. Enjoy today's card.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Light Thoughts and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2, Thin Legs, Michael Davila Jr. Number 3 is Queen's Cat and Nasario Alvarado. Number 4, Ada May, Andre Worry. Number 5 is Bad Connection and Rafael Regina Jr. And number 6, Mira Viglioso, Alexa Marie Cintron in the irons. Track is muddy for the opener. First race in just a few minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. For the first race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Special Thursday racing here at Finger Lakes to replace the day we lost due to weather on Tuesday. Tuesday card got moved wholly over to this Thursday card. Got one more left to load. Mira Viglioso to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's a good start for Bad Connection, who zips out for the lead. The gray Thin Legs is in second. Queen's Cat, White Blinkers outside in a joint third with Light Thoughts. A length and a half to Ada May, who's about 2 lengths in front of Mira Viglioso, who's at the back of the pack. Bad Connection has the lead by a length. Thin Legs attempts to squeeze through at the fence in second. Queen's Cat outside in third. A length and a half. Ada May's in fourth. Light Thoughts races fifth. 3 off the lead. And 3 lengths to the trailer, Mira Viglioso. First quarter, 22 seconds. 2.5 furlongs to go. It's Queen's Cat ranging up to the outside, getting that lead from Bad Connection. Light Thoughts splits rivals up into a joint second. Ada Mays outside of her. And then Miraviglioso stands side. Thin Legs is near the back of the pack as they got 1 furlong to go. Queen's Cat opens up by 6 lengths. It's Miraviglioso with a rally on the extreme outside, now up into second. Light Thoughts, Thin Legs third and fourth. In deep stretch, it's the heavy chalk, Queen's Cat. Queen's Cat in the opener wins by 4 lengths. Miraviglioso second, Thin Legs third, close for fourth. Bad Connection or Light Thoughts. Three, 6.25 in the first race from Finger Lakes. 5.5 furlongs, 105.54. Queen's Cat comes back to the winner's circle. 3 wins in a row, 5 for 8 lifetime. New York bred. 4-year-old bay filly by Courageous Cat out of Contender's Queen. Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro, the owners. Linda Dixon is the trainer. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Linda Dixon, the breeder of Queen's Cat. $2.10, the winning mutual. Exacta $17.20. Trifecta $10.18. Super $8.14. Second race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in about 17 minutes at 12:46 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 2. No big surprises in the first. The horse has been pretty impressive all season long. Okay, well, a little more competitive race for the second. It's allowance race, never won 3 condition, going 6 furlongs. And yeah, you can make a case for a few of them in here. And there's certainly some question marks. You know, one horse that is going turf to dirt. Rusi, who scratched the other day, actually gets a chance to run in this spot because he was scratched Tuesday, but we rescheduled so the scratch horses can still run. Now, Rusi, the dam is a half to Ruffino, who's a multiple stakes winner. Of course, more route. And the big question is the turf to dirt. This horse has had multiple starts on the dirt, 5 of them. Did run a couple times on the off track, a little overmatched. But what you got to look at and why you got to consider Rusty is he's coming out. They run the 2 state bred or 3 lifetimes, and he's running against much, much tougher horses in their 2 state bred optional claiming allowance conditions. But it is on a different surface. It is on the turf surface. So see how he handles the dirt, how he runs against these. Big question mark is Rusty. He's taking some early money in this race, and I had to use him. Asleep at 8 was the one I leaned towards on top just because of the race he comes out of. He's been improving in every start, as many of the Charlie Baker horses do. He ran down a pretty good field going 5.5 2 starts ago, and then last time really put it together with his best lifetime race, a 78 buyer running second to the very, very quick Blamiker. Now, Blamiker came off the layoff, first time 3-year-old, and ran 103 earlier in the year. When he came back, he ran 104, and Sleep at 8 was making up some ground on him. So, that's where I'm going to lean in a competitive race. Now, Price is Truth, he could be the inside speed with 2:30 a.m. as the outside speed. Now, 2:30 a.m. does look like the speed of the race from the outside. That one's claimed and moving up in class. Price's Truth comes off a victory where he ran pretty good. You look at the horses that were second and third. It turns out to be a pretty good race, and it depends. He had to run down the speed in that race, number one, and you look at the horses that he's run against. He's been pretty competitive every time, and the horse that was second. I'm trying to think of the horse that was second was a horse that just came back and whistled the other day. After that one was pretty impressive when he did win. So Price's Truth coming out of that race, beating that Bill Bartlett horse that came back and won. You got to think that he's going to be tough in here off of that effort. I didn't think he was going to catch him that day. Now the five horse I mentioned, Cast a Coin. I want to mention as well a horse by Central Banker that won the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes, a minor 2-year-old stakes race last year. He seems to be getting better. I think he was out of his element when they tried him going long, and then they put him in the stakes race, the Ontario County. And he didn't embarrass himself. He ran a very good second coming off Lasix against those tough horses, and then came back and ran a good second last time against a pretty good quality field in the 3 lifetime. So he stays in the 3 lifetime. He's got some pretty decent off-track breeding, being out of a dam by Into Mischief, and another one to consider in a very wide open race number 2. So those are some of the competitors for this race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
Horses coming on the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Price's Truth and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2, Cast a Coin, Chris Russell. Number 3, Asleep at 8, Andre Worry. Number 4 is Rockstar Rebel, Luis Perez. Number 5 is Rusi, Cabercoa. And number 6, 2:30 a.m., Oscar Gomez in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, 6 furlongs. 3 to 2. Number 3 asleep at 8. 8 to 5 now on him. 2 to 1 on number 5, Rusi. First time at Finger Lakes for Rusi. 2:30 a.m. to the outside. They're all in the gate and they're off. It's 2:30 a.m. bounding out for the lead and opens up by a couple of lengths. Price is Truth up the inside in second. Cast a Coins in third. Asleep at 8-3 wide fourth. 2 lengths to Rusi in second last, who's about 2 lengths in front of Rockstar Rebel in the sixth and trailing position and about 10 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. 2:30 a.m.'s on the point, has a lead by a length. Price is Truth is in second, and then it's Asleep at 8 who charges up outside third. Cast a Coin in between horses in a tough and tight spot in fourth. A space of about 7 lengths to Rusi, who's deep on the course in second last, and a margin of 3 to Rockstar Rebel, who trails. The top 4 within 2.5 lengths of each other as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 2:30 a.m. whips him in, has the lead by a couple lengths. Asleep at 8's on the outside with Cast a Coin. Price is Truth plugging away at the fence. Then it's Rusi in fifth, but 9 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. 2:30 a.m. on top by a couple lengths over Cast a Coin and Asleep at 8. They come down to the winning line. It's 2:30 a.m. a front-running victory. Cast a Coin second. Third Asleep at 8. Maybe Rusi for fourth. That's a photo with Price's Truth. Six two three five. Number 6, 2:30 a.m. first. 6 furlongs, 111.48. Second race is official. $10.16 the winning mutual. Double $19.26. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, 2:30 a.m. 2 wins in a row for 2:30 a.m. New York bred 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Vino Rosso out of Lost Raven. Deborah Breed, owner trainer. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Exacta $53.94, trifecta $25.88, super $32.24. Third race, Finger Lakes, number 3, Stunning Sugar, 1 over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 4, Wagering, Post Time Race 3 in 16 minutes at 1:15 p.m. Reminder for racing fans, the final 2 Mondays of the meet here at Finger Lakes. First post will be at 12:10 p.m. 12:10 p.m., the final 2 Mondays of racing here at Finger Lakes in 2025. 12:10 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3, and that's how you play the game. Claim the horse for 11 and move the horse up to face allowance horses. Just kind of got loose in there. Did 2:30 a.m. as the speed of the race. Oscar Gomez for Deborah Breed. Enjoying out there on the lead on that off track. Non-winners of 3 is the third for Fillies and Mares going 6 furlongs. Look at some of the competitors in here. Happy Smile will try to keep her win streak alive. Goes a little further to a distance that she hasn't won, but she's in great form right now. She comes off a victory in a good race. I mean, Ball Kitten is a lifetime second place horse, but Queen's Over 3 is the horse that was third. Came back to win in a big upset in her next start for Jacqueline Falk. Now, the race before, she did get up ahead of Miss Impossible, who came back to win out of that race. So she's in great form right now. Looking for 3 in a row. I do like the fact that her last win was on a sloppy racetrack. That's going to help her. Question is, can she chase down the speed? The speed comes from Bam's Bliss Kiss and possibly Stunning Sugar, who opted not to go with Queen's Cat last time. Don't blame her. Red Wine and Whiskey is a horse that's, if she can run back to her race over the good track on October 8th, she could beat these. That's the race you got to kind of key in on, because that's the race that would win this. A lot of her other ones probably don't, but she ran second, and we saw how good Queen's Cat is. She was not that badly beaten by Queen's Cat in that race on October 8th. So if she could repeat that effort, she could be tough in here. And she was actually kind of challenging Queen's Cat a little bit at the end of that race. So both Happy Smile and Red Wine and Whiskey have races on their paper that are pretty tough and would win this. I mentioned Bam's Bliss Kiss. So the key to this horse is if she could get the lead over Stunning Sugar. And there's a good chance that she can. And after watching a Gate to Wire horse, maybe that's more reason to like her. Now, she did show speed when she was on a muddy track, was in a New York Stallion Series race. She was actually favored in that race after winning an optional claiming allowance race. So she did show some back class running in those stakes races. And but she dropped down to the 17.5. Really hasn't been the same horse. She did stop last time in New York, but not that badly. She still ran third in that race. So question is, can she make the lead? And the question is, how good is she right now? Because she's obviously not as good as she was as a 3-year-old, but she's still formidable in a spot like this one, running against our 3 lifetime allowance horses. So maybe another one to consider. I wouldn't take too short a price, because if she is pressed, that might not be good for her. But if she makes the lead, I think that's the key for Bam's Bliss Kiss. She could be able to win this one, but would expect Stunning Sugar at least to keep that one honest. Another one to consider would be Stunning Sugar. Again, she did not try to challenge Queen's Cat. She actually broke right with her at the beginning. She broke to the front right with Queen's Cat, and then Queen's Cat just took over and had an easy lead from there. And then she was in stock mode where she just didn't gain any ground. Nobody really did in that race, with the exception of Red Wine and Whiskey. I guess the question is how she handles the off track. Her other slop race isn't bad. She did run third in that race, but that was also in the spring going 4.5 furlongs. So you really can't gauge anything from the 2 races that she has. But the mud breeding is good. She's out of a dam by Into Mischief. She's a central banker, so it's there. And Stunning Sugar, if she can get out there with Bam's Bliss Kiss, could be dangerous in this spot on the off track. And she's a big price right now at odds of 12-1. So those are the few of the main contenders for the third. We are going to start the early pick 4. Remember, the late pick 4 is the last 4 races. Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double available here.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Third race here at Finger Lakes. We'll start with the Too Happy Smile and Andre Worry. Number 3, Stunning Sugar, Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Red Wine and Whiskey, Luis Perez. Number 5, Bam's Bliss Kiss and Nasario Alvarado. Number 6, Eddie Marie, Kevin Navarro. Already on the turn is the 1, Ruby's Mission, Michael Davila Jr. Post time in just a few minutes. Approach to the gate. And the Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 Fillies and Mares to go 6 furlongs. No strong favorite. 9 to 5, number 2, Happy Smile. 5 to 2, number 5, Bam's Bliss Kiss. Red Wine and Whiskey. Bam's Bliss Kiss, Eddie Marie to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Bam's Bliss Kiss, Eddie Marie, Stunning Sugar. These three vie for the early lead, but it's Bam's Bliss Kiss who opens up by 3/4 of a length over Eddie Marie in second. Stunning Sugar backs off the pace in third. Happy Smile scoots on through towards the inside in fourth. Red Wine and Whiskey is in fifth and about 5.5 lengths off the lead in a gap of 4 to Ruby's Mission, who's at the tail of the field. Bam's Bliss Kiss on top by a half length. Eddie Marie applying the pressure second. Happy Smile towards the inside in third. Stunning Sugar mid-pack in fourth. Red Wine and Whiskey 3 wide fifth, now up into fourth, then 6 lengths to the trailer, Ruby's Mission, as they wind their way to the quarter pole. It's Bam's Bliss Kiss and Eddie Marie continuing to square off on the front end. Happy Smile tries to make it a line of 3 for home. And then it's Red Wine and Whiskey who's up the inside in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Bam's Bliss Kiss, Eddie Marie, Red Wine and Whiskey, 2.5 lengths off the lead, up into third. A struggle between Bam's Bliss Kiss and Eddie Marie. Bam's Bliss Kiss would not be denied. Eddie Marie second, Red Wine and Whiskey third. Happy Smile fourth. Five, 6, 4, 2. Unofficially 5, 6, 4, 2. Bam's Bliss Kiss first. As you can see, if you're looking at TV monitors, we do have a jockey objection. Rider the 6, Eddie Marie, Kevin Navarro. Hold all tickets. No change. No change in the order of finish. Stewart's ruled that there was bumping by both horses. Therefore, no change in the order of finish. Bam's Bliss Kiss, New York bred, 3-year-old dark brown filly by Solomini out of Kiska. Linda Dixon, Hector Alejandro, the owners. Linda Dixon, the trainer. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Tori Gladwell, bred Bam's Bliss Kiss. 2 wins in the card for owners Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro. 2 wins for trainer Linda Dixon. 2 wins for jockey Nasario Alvarado. $4.02, the winning mutual. Double $29.92. Exacta $21.92. Trifecta $13.08. Super $5.27. Onward to race 4. Race 4, scratch number 5, Rockin' Money, and number 8, Skellig Island. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race number 4 in about 15 minutes at 1:44 p.m.
All right, fourth race up coming. Looking back at the third, you got a two-speed number there. As Bam's Bliss Kiss got the lead. Good aggressive ride by Eddie Marie, getting her in the race. But Bam's Bliss Kiss had the advantage and able to hold on. Money showed up late for that one, going off at odds of even money, but they didn't back up in that race. Now we go a mile for the fourth. It's a never 1-2 condition. See all the play on Sanzio. You have Logical Horse. I mean, horse has done very little wrong. Puts in the late run and goes outside to inside. That should help. I mean, he should at least get a ground-saving trip. It's really just a question of, will they back up to him? Because we haven't seen any horse back up yet. And he's going to be a heavy, heavy favorite. But Logical Horse, hard not to see him in the top three in this one. And I like the outside to inside move. I mean, you're able to save ground. And Jake's Orchard's the one who's going to be on the lead. Jake's Orchard right now at odds of 7-1, but might have the advantage here, especially with the scratch of Rock and Money, who looked to be the other speed. He faded pretty badly last time when not able to make the lead, but Jake's Orchard looks like the one they're going to have to catch in here. He's 7-1. Prince of Dance could be the other one that's got a little speed stretching out. Last time going a mile, he tracked the pace and ended up hanging around to be third. Like this horse's chances today, especially with a scratch of Rock and Money, because he can lay close to Jake's Orchard, who does run second a lot, but will have the run of the race. Now, Prince of Dance, last race did finish off the board, but that was against a tough group in New York. Those $30,000 two lifetime open is better than our two lifetime allowance. So this should be considered an easier spot for this horse. And he did run in this condition before, earlier in the year, and he was just barely beaten in that race, and he was caught wide trying to go the mile. Now, the other part of it that I like the horse is his one win. He did break his maiden over a sloppy racetrack in an off-the-turf race. So that race might be good enough. Is it good enough to beat Sanzio? Well, he's going to have first run on Sanzio on this racetrack, and that might make it good enough. And I'm going to give him a slight edge, although I could have gone either way between Prince of Dance and Sanzio in this race, although you're going to get a little better price with Prince of Dance, the horse that's stretching back out to the mile. Mentioned Jake's Orchard. Yeah, he's a speed. Not for nothing, had all that trouble in the race back in mid-October, but did absolutely nothing last time. So no real excuse for not for nothing. And Yohida Moneymaker seems a little outclassed, but he does like an off-track. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the fourth. You got about 5 minutes to post.
horses coming on the track, fourth race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, Rockin' Money, and number 8, Skellig Island. Here's the 1, Sanzio and Luis Perez. Number 2, Prince of Dance and Andre Worry. Number 3, Jake's Orchard, Oscar Gomez. Number 4, I'm Solo and in Love, Joel Cruz. Number 6, Not For Nuttin', Hammond Harkey. And number 7, Yohida Money Maker, Michael De Villa Jr. is the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 4. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. field of 6 to go a mile. 3 to 5 on number 1, Sanzio. 2 to 1, number 2, Prince of Dance. The 2 favorites into the gate, no problem. Jake's Orchard. I'm Solo and In Love. That then Not For Nuttin' and Yuhita Moneymaker. They're all in the gates, and they're off. A little bit of a hop at the start for Prince of Dance, who's last. It's Jake's Orchard barreling out for the lead. Sanzio's up the inside. Prince of Dance has nowhere to go and then kind of forced Not For Nuttin' to go out a path or two where he didn't want to be. And then a space of 3 lengths to the trailers. They are Yuhita Moneymaker to the outside of I'm Solo and In Love, who's hard-ridden to keep position and is out of last. And I'm Solo and In Love's about 5.5 lengths off the lead. All the meanwhile, it's Jake's Orchard who's emerged with the lead by a half length. Prince of Dance outside second. Sanzio's tucked in along the inside. Not For Nuttin's right outside of him. And then it's I'm Solo and In Love, who was hard-ridden for the last furlong and a half, is now much closer to the pace, 2.5 off the lead in fifth. And then about 4 lengths to the trailer, Yuhita Moneymaker. 5 of the 6 within 2.5 of each other as they make the entry into the far turn. Jake's Orchard, Prince of Dance first and second. Sanzio's up the inside, followed up by I'm Solo and In Love in the 4 path. It's Not For Nuttin' behind rivals in fifth, and 5 lengths back to Yuhita Moneymaker, who's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Jake's Orchard, Prince of Dance. Now Not For Nuttin's the one who demands that racing room. Sanzio's up the inside. 3/16 to go. Jake's Orchard with the lead. Not For Nuttin now tackles on the outside. I'm Solo In Love is on the stand side in third. 16th to go. Jake's Orchard, Not For Nuttin, and I'm Solo and In Love. They come down to the winning line. Jake's Orchard, Not For Nuttin, Not For Nuttin. Got a great bob there. It's a photo, though, with Jake's Orchard. Then it was I'm Solo and In Love. Number 6, Not For Nuttin first at 17 to 1. Followed up by a 15 to 1 long shot. Number 3, Jake's Orchard. 6-3-4-1. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Nut for Nuttin'. New York bred, 3-year-old dark brown colt by Upstart out of Foo Peggy Sue. Joel Masher is the owner. Caitlin Gutterson, the trainer. Hemant Harkey, the winning jockey. Seth Gregory, bred, Not for Nuttin'. $37.92, the winning mutual. Double, $81.12. Exacta, $397.78. Try, $358.99. Super, $140.78. Pick 3, $119.86. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and late pick 5 wagering. Post time race 5 in about 20 minutes at 2:14 p.m.
All right, we're coming up on the late pick 5 with race number 5, and yeah, not for nothing, had all that trouble a couple of races ago, and now gets the victory today. A little bit of an upset, and has tried to hold on to win that one. All right, we get to the 5th, and it goes a distance of 1.70 miles. Good competitive race, going 1.70 miles for this race. And, you know, you got to drop down on the outside, the 9 Swift Magic, and you see all the early money at 3 to 5 for this one. Yeah, it comes out of a race where a big long shot won. Dunedin Causeway kind of snuck away from the field, shook loose when he went 51 to the half. Turned out to be a big price winner. I guess you could draw a line through most of the horses' form in that race just because he basically stole the race up front. The previous starts were at Saratoga, a lot of lines between races, so big question marks. But the big thing with Swift Magic is it's a huge drop in class. It's kind of a scary drop when you think about it, because he did finish off the board last time, dropping to 5,000, but might still be good enough to beat these. Look at the inside horse, John the Baptist. Normally a speed horse going route. He got off slow and ended up making a nice middle move on the outside and still ran third. I actually thought the horse ran a good race considering the trip that he had. Now the winner, Whiskey Franz, came back to win the other day, so it makes the race look better. Plus the other thing, the only time this horse ran in the slop was when he broke his maiden for 20,000. So there's some things to like with John the Baptist. Interesting to see what kind of price he goes off. He's 6-1 morning line, but you really can't ignore the trip in the off-track last time and the off-track win. Dracula's going to get some play. Dracula was claimed for 5. He's a better horse going long, and they finally sent him long, but they stayed at 5,000, ran a good second last time to Nilruck. Nilruck had won 3 in a row and lost by a nose from winning 4 in a row yesterday. So that makes Dracula's race look that much better. He's sharp right now. He stays at 5,000, comes out of the 20-day jail, and should be very formidable in the same spot, considering Nilruck was so tough in the condition. I use a third. Fast Amendment's another one that's going to be closed. Same barn. Ran second against the 5s before breaking through last time against an easier field. Again, this is tougher today, but I don't think this horse will mind an off track, which puts him close. Really not much else to like after you get through the first few. So you got a few minutes to go before they go on the track here for the 5th. Exacta Super Daily Double, the late pick 5 starts with this race.
Horses coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is John the Baptist and Emmanuel de Diego aboard. Number 2, Unaudited, Hemin Harkey. Number 3 is Vaunted, Rafael Rahina Jr. Number 4, Rev Parker and Michael Davila Jr. And approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Dracula going up and in, Fast Amendment. I Love Kara. Mama's Mitty. And Swift Magic. Four to 5. Now even money on Dracula. I Love Kara goes in, Mama's Mitty and Swift Magic. They're all on the gate. And they're off. John the Baptist from an inside post streaks out for the front. Vaunted's on the outside. Dracula 3 wide. Mama's Mini into the 4-path as they get ready to take on that first turn. And then in 5th, that is Unaudited. Swift Magic runs along in 6th. Then a couple more lengths back to Rev Parker in 7th to the inside of Fast Amendment. And a margin of 3 lengths to I Love Kara, who's in the 9th and trailing position and about 13 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch, we got 4 horses pressing the pace. John the Baptist and Vaunted are first and second. Dracula now 3 wide, challenging for the top spot. Mama's Mini still wide in 4th, now backs off the pace. 3 lengths to Swift Magic, who's mid-pack in 5th. 2 lengths to Unaudited in 6th, and a space of 4 to Fast Amendment is 2 lengths in front of Rev Parker, and a space of 5 to I Love Kara, who trails a half and 48 and 2/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. John the Baptist and Vaunted first and second. The gray Dracula's on the outside in 3rd. Swift Magic towards the rail. Mama's Mini will take the overland route. 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead and under pressure. And then it's Fast Amendment from far back. Unaudited trying to pick his way through traffic and about 8.5 lengths off the lead. All the meanwhile, John the Baptist has opened up by 6. Swift Magic, Green Cap outside to Fast Amendment on the stand side. And then it's Dracula, who is now relegated back to 4th. 1 furlong to go. John the Baptist on top by 7 lengths over Fast Amendment, who is going to be second best to John the Baptist. John the Baptist lights up the tote board at 13 to 1. Fast Amendment second, Swift Magic third, and then fourth, Mama's Midi. One, 6, 9, 8. Number 1, John the Baptist first. Fifth race official. $29.38 to win. On John the Baptist. Kentucky bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by More Than Ready out of Angel Star. Angel Montañez Jr., the owner. Nurka Huertas, the trainer. Emmanuel de Diego, the winning jockey. White Birch Farm bred John the Baptist. Double, $503.76. Exacta, $161.48. Trifecta, $129.80. Super, $131.33. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $5,221. And a meaningless 8 cents. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 6, Father Walsh, and the 7, Limit Up. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time. Race 6 in about 16 minutes at 2:43 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 6, John the Baptist, a little overlooked in there, especially with the off track. Was able to break better than last time, and I think that was his undoing last race. He broke poorly. Actually, still ran pretty well, but from the rail, was able to hold the rail on Vaunted and went on with it today. Manuel Di Diego for Nerca Huertas. Her barn's been doing pretty well here late in the year. The 6th race is an open 7,500 going a distance of 6 furlongs. And, pace is going to make the race in this particular spot. I mean, you got 2 deep closers on the inside. Mad Magic cutting back in distance, and Double Shot, who was kind of against it last time as he got block band horses and the speed didn't back up to him. Well, the speed is up front. You got Keggs, who's going to take advantage of the scratch of Father Walsh. Father Walsh was the signed up speed, but Father Walsh scratched and so did Limit Up, which could be to the advantage of Keggs, who's won 3 in a row. It's almost like he doesn't need an advantage, but he is facing a little bit tougher now today, going from an unbeaten 11 to the open 75. But he could be the speed of the speed in this race with the scratch. So, but Sutton Breeze has had speed in the past. I was wondering if Sutton Breeze will be aggressive here, being inside of Keggs, and try to get out there. One thing you can say about Sutton Breeze, he's never missed the board on an off track. He's a perfect 9 for 9 with 4 victories. So if you're looking for the off track lover, you got to think it's Sutton Breeze, who was pretty sharp earlier in the year. See if he can bring it back, especially the way the track's played. Morning Cup would be the most logical horse to be first or second in here. Ran third behind the very sharp East Coast Girl. I mean, East Coast Girl and In Sky We Trust would both be heavy favorites against this field. So he still ran pretty well to run evenly to be third. He's no worse than first or second in any of his other races. And Sutton Breeze, when he beat him going 6 furlongs, Sutton Breeze got the perfect trip. It'll be interesting to see. He could stay close, though, which you need to be today, and he doesn't mind an off track. So you would think Morning Cup's another one to consider, depending on the race flow in this race. And that's the key. What kind of pace you're going to have early? Does Keggs get a clear lead, or will Sutton Breeze be the one to maybe try to be aggressive? Because Double Shot and Mad Magic aren't going to be anywhere near the pace, at least in the early go. And they're truly at the mercy of it, especially on a track that's favoring the speed horses. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Late Pick 4 starts in race number 6. Again, we scratch what would have been the speed, Father Walsh, and scratch a 7, Limit Up.
Horses coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratches 6 and 7. Number 1 is Double Shot and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2 is Mad Magic, Luis Perez. Number 3, Sutton Breeze, Hemin Harkey. Number 4 is Keggs, Kevin Navarro. And number 5 is Morning Cup with Kaberkoa calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go 6 furlongs. 4 to 5, number 5, Morning Cup. 5 to 2, number 4, Kegs. Sutton Breeze going up. Kegs. Morning Cup to the outside. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Kegs, Sutton Breeze, and Morning Cup. These three peel out for the front. It's Morning Cup on the outside getting that lead. Sutton Breeze is to the inside of Kegs. Kegs right now in second. Sutton Breeze in third. A space of about 6 lengths to Mad Magic in fourth, and a margin of 3 to Double Shot, who's in the fifth in trailing position. Half mile to go, and it is Morning Cup with the lead over Kegs. Sutton Breeze shuffled a tiny bit in third, now 2.5, 3 lengths off the lead. A space of about 9 lengths to Mad Magic is 3 parts of a length in front of Double Shot. First quarter, 23 seconds flat, as they have about a quarter of a mile left to travel. Kegs, white blinkers to the inside of Morning Cup. Sutton Breeze takes another crack at the leaders on the 3 wide side, and we got 3 across the track, and they are in upper stretch. It's Sutton Breeze, 3 wide, Kegs at the fence. Morning Cup's the one who drops back in third. They run to the 16th pole. Kegs has a lead by a length and a half over Sutton Breeze. They come down to the winning line. It's Kegs. Extend the winning streak to 4 for Kegs. Sutton Breeze second. Mad Magic rallies for third. Double Shot fourth. Four, three, two, one. Number 4, Kegs first. Kegs pays $8.60 to win. Kegs, Maryland bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Opportunity out of Eclipticals Rosette. TLC Thoroughbreds, the ownership. M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer. Kevin Navarro, $45. 7th race, Finger Lakes, the Veterans Day Dash. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 3:13 p.m.
All right, seventh race on the card is the Veterans Day Dash. Well, this card was the Veterans Day card. We did move it to today because we canceled on Veterans Day. That's why it is the Veterans Day Dash. But yeah, it's a great race too, by the way. Looking back at the six, yeah, Keggs had the advantage of being inside of a Morning Cup, was able to hold the rail on that horse without letting him clear. And it was a good job by Kevin to do so, and was able to draw away. Man, this horse is sharp right now. 4 wins in a row for Keggs. He likes the off track. He was the speed of the speed, and he gets the win in race number 6, and you get a nice price at odds of 3-1. This race is the best betting race of the card, completely wide open. It's a nice $30,000 optional claiming allowance race. And look it over. You got Looms Boldly in for the 30. Prince of Truth in for the 30. The rest of them in for the allowance condition. Yeah, I'll start with Pompous Prince. He's the longest shot on the board. Looking at the probables, and Will Pays just won a 3 state bred, won this condition, the 30,000s, back on October 10th over a wet fast racetrack. So has won on an off track before, but this is obviously this is a different racetrack today, as the front speed has been holding for most of the day. So Pompous Prince may have a little more difficult running unless they really go quick. Now there's a possibility of some strong pace today or in this race. You got Coin Jar on the inside, Looms Boldly, who's a very good quick speed horse. Remember, Looms Boldly won a couple stakes races here. I think one of them was the Ontario County Stakes. Also ran second in the George Barker. Yeah, he's tough, and it's interesting that he comes back here. He's been popular at the claims box. They ran him once for the Open 32 in New York, and that's a tougher spot. Remember the last time he was here, he ran into Jack and Bernie. And yeah, that's a tough spot when you're going against Jack and Bernie. And even when he ran into Ladies Golden Guy in the George Barker, he ended up being in a situation where he got another speed horse in there. I'm not sure if he handled it that well either. So he's dangerous on the back class. Again, this is a former stakes winner that fits nicely in the spot and comes back to Finger Lakes. He's also got a win on and off track. Mention Play. Play, how good is Play? I mean, he steps up here after winning an allowance race, but he's been getting better. That's his best lifetime buyer, that 80 in his last race, and that was over a sloppy racetrack. Granted, he didn't beat as good a field as this one, but Puckish did come out of that race and won in a good time. So at least that makes Play's race look that much better. And again, it's one of the best numbers in the field, despite him coming up here. So his race might be good enough off of the last effort, despite facing the 30,000s today, plus the fact that it was done on a sloppy racetrack. Now, the horse that I would like if it was a fast racetrack is obviously the 5 Scoot Daddy. This horse has looked really good in his 2 victories here at Finger Lakes. I mean, really good, beating these type of horses. No doubt he was best last time running down the speed. Problem is, well, he caught an even tougher field at Presque Isle. Problem is his off-track numbers, and that's the question mark with Scoot Daddy. If he handles the racetrack, he's going to win. I mean, he's that good right now. But the problem is he is not bred for the off-track at all. He's never run on it. He's got a 252 Tomlinson, but if he does handle it, he can win here, and that's the question. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 7th. It is named after the Veterans Day Dash. Really good one here.
Horses coming on the track. 7th race at Finger Lakes, the Veterans Day Dash, a couple days late. Number 1 is Coin Jar and Jose Baez. Number 2 is Looms Boldly and Joel Cruz. Number 3, Prince of Truth, Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Pompous Prince, Kaber Koa, the jockey. Number 5 is Scoot Daddy. And Luis Perez. Number 6, Play. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the jock. And number 7 is More Vino, Andre Worry in the irons. Post time. Race 7 in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. Optional claiming allowance race. Even money number 6, play. Prince of Truth. Scoot Daddy. Morvino to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Not the best start in the world for Scoot Daddy, who's last. It's Play, who's edging out for the front end. Looms boldly, displaying sharp early speed and gets that lead from Play. Third place is Coin Jar, length and a half to Morvino to the outside of Prince of Truth. Then 2 lengths to Scoot Daddy in second last, and a margin of 5 to Pompous Prince, who's at the tail of the field. Looms boldly, goes for the opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. It's Play, stalks on the outside in second. Morvino emerges in third. Scoot Daddy far outside in fourth. Coin Jar losing position in fifth and a half length back to Prince of Truth, and a margin of 6 to Pompous Prince, who trails the field. Looms boldly, taken on by Play. Scoot Daddy in the orange blinkers on the outside. Morvino behind horses. Prince of Truth hooked out to the far outside for the stretch drive. And we got a new leader in its Play. Play tackled by Scoot Daddy on the outside. Looms boldly, fully extended towards the inside in third. They run to the 16th pole. A showdown between Play and Scoot Daddy. Neither one giving an inch. Play, Scoot Daddy. Here's the winning line. Oh, that's close. A head bobber between Scoot Daddy and Play. A few more lengths back to Looms boldly in the 7th from Finger Lakes. Photo finish for the win. Please note the stewards are going to conduct an inquiry into the stretch run. It involves the top 2 finishers. We'll get that photo momentarily, but Stewart's inquiry into the stretch run in race 7. There's the head-on shot, one of the shots that stewards will use to evaluate the stretch run of race 7. No change. No change in the order of finish. Stewart's ruled that both horses were drifting out together. No change in the order of finish. 6-5-2-3. It will remain. Play is a Texas bred 5-year-old bay gelding by Cantharos out of Bacon Baby. Barry Schwartz, the owner. Michael Ferraro, the trainer. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Stanton Stables bred Play. 7th race was the Veterans Day Dash. We had Sergeant E4 Mark Zufeld doing the presentation. Even though Veterans Day a couple days ago, we want to thank all our veterans that have served and are currently serving in our armed forces. 7th race, the Veterans Day Dash. $3.34, the winning mutual. You saw the prices up for race 7. Race 8, Finger Lakes, scratch the 2, he has it all, and number 4, Z-Bear. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time race number 8 in about 17 minutes at 3:43 p.m.
All right, eighth race upcoming after a pretty close photo finish, that between Play and Scoot Daddy. Of course, Play drifting out. Scoot Daddy unable to get up to defeat Play. Play going pretty well for the Michael S. Ferraro stable. That was Ray Lugaterres aboard for the victory, couple in a row for Play. Horse is sharp right now. I like in the off track as well. Eighth race will start the last double of the day. It is an optional claiming allowance race, so we scratch the 2. He has it all, kind of a big scratch, and scratch the 4. Z-Bear. This scratch only helps the favorite in here. Runaway Joke. Runaway Joke, of course, up for Horse of the Year last year. What a season that Runaway Joke had. I mean, this horse won 7 times overall, and I think 6 of them here at Finger Lakes. And you look at the races this year, very lightly raced, coming back to the races, but won on the comeback, won pretty handily, was able to get a clear, easy lead. And then last time just was unable to sustain it going 6 furlongs. Only the 3rd start of the year, a lot of time between races, and maybe not quite fit enough that race. Well, maybe, I don't know. I've tried to look for an excuse for a Runaway Joke last time. Just didn't have it that day. See if we get a bounce back effort for Runaway Joke today. Again, probably helped by the scratch of He Has It All. Looks like he could get the lead in here. And he could be tough in this race, and he should be tough in this race, and he's going to be the heavy favorite. He's right now at 2-5. You're looking for somebody to beat him? Well, maybe Hey Harry, maybe Scotchatori. It's one of those things. It's his race to lose on the front end. Scotchatori's an interesting one because he was away from the races for so long. This horse had been off since August of 2023. He actually had a pretty decent comeback race. He made a nice middle move before fading, and then last race he was in contention all the way at the end, and they battled late before the closer Pompous Prince was able to get by those rivals. Well, he could be close up with Runaway Joke, so he's going to be at least in range with that speed, and it's his 3rd start off the long layoff, so you got to think he's going to run his sharpest race today. Maybe he's the biggest threat. He's one of the only ones getting some play 8-1. I mean, Hey Harry's the other one getting play. Hey Harry almost was the giant killer earlier in the year when he finished second to a real good one, Banker Blaney, who had won a bunch in a row. He almost pulled off the upset that day. So he'll try to do that today. And he's a consistent horse, at least an underneath type horse. He'll try to make a late run after the speed. But again, it all depends on Runaway Joke. I mean, Runaway Joke should be out there on the lead. And there really isn't anybody to go with him, with the exception of maybe Scotchatori, if that one makes an early move or not. Because other than that, there's really no other speed to go with this horse. Like I said, it's Runaway Joke's race to lose on the front end. And if he can remember how good he was last year, he'd be able to win here. And he's making his 4th start of the year. He's the speed. He's got to run a little better than what he did last time. Expect him to. Runaway Joke I got on top. I thought Scotchatori is the biggest threat, and maybe the Institute could make a late run. He got a confidence builder, beating easier claimers last time. But the big thing with the Institute, he's an into mischief. He got a 420 Tomlinson for the off track. Maybe the off track will get him into the number. So, yeah, Runaway Joke. It says this is the one that he's the highlight of this race, I thought. And we're going to start the late double here. Exacta Try and Super offered. Scratch the 2 and the 4.
Horses coming on the track for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2 and 4. Number 1 is Tacony Road and Oscar Gomez. Number 3, The Institute and Luis Perez. Number 5 is Scotiatori and Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Runaway Joke and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 7, Crypto Causeway, Jeremiah Flores. And number 8 is Hey Hey Harry, Andre Worry, the riding assignment. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race 8. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Big favorite at 3 to 5. Number 6, Runaway Joke. Tacony Road. The Institute. Scotiatori. Runaway Joke. And Hey Hey Harry. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Hey Hey Harry sending out for the lead. Runaway Joke, Tacony Road are second and third. Scotiatori emerges in fourth. Crypto Causeway outside of him in fifth, and about 2 or 3 lengths to the Institute, who brings up the rear. Runaway Joke has the head in front of Tacony Road. Hey Hey Harry 3 wide third. Scotiatori behind rivals fourth, 2 off the lead. Length and a half to Crypto Causeway, who's in fifth, and 2.5 lengths to the Institute, who trails. First quarter mile, 22 3/5, 3 furlongs from the winning line. Runaway Joke on top by a head over Tacony Road and the yellow blinkers in second. Hey Hey Harry outside third. Scotiatori still needs some racing room in fourth. The Institute a ground saving fifth. Crypto Causeway stands side of the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Tacony Road, Runaway Joke's under a drive. Hey Hey Harry cut loose on the outside. Crypto Causeway stand side. The Institute trying to split rivals a length off the lead. They run down to the 16th pole. It's Hey Hey Harry and Tacony Road first and second. Crypto Causeway on the outside in deep stretch. Hey Hey Harry, Tacony Road. Hey Hey Harry got there over Tacony Road. Then it was Crypto Causeway close for fourth. Number 8, Hey Hey Harry first. Second, number 1, Tacony Road. Third, number 7, Crypto Causeway. Fourth, number 3, The Institute. Tim Murphy horses go 1-2 at big prices in race 8 at Finger Lakes. 6 furlongs, 111.61. Back to the winner's circle, number 8, Hey Hey Harry. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Bustin' Stones out of Big and Toasty. Tim Murphy, owner, trainer, Andre Worry, the winning jockey, Ron Lombardi, bred Hey Hey Harry. $24.68, the Winnie Mutual. Dime Super, $146.68, doubled, $53.20. Exacta, $269.10. Trifecta, $261.76. Ninth and final, Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Maze Loved Laffy. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the ninth and final, about 20 minutes at 4:12 p.m. Fillies and mares coming on the track for the ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is TD McGee and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2 is World Bank Cabercoa. Number 3, Call Me Penny, Oscar Gomez is the rider. Scratch the 4, number 5, Julita and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 6, Backwater and Andre Worry. Number 7 is Lady Banker, Christian Navarro. And number 8 is Unwoke, Jeremias Flores is the rider. Post time in just a few. Approach the gate. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate. Race number 9 from Finger Lakes, ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Julita, Backwater, Lady Banker, and Unwoke. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Call Me Penny, Lady Banker, and Julita. These three go out for the early lead. Unwoke's on the outside in fourth. World Bank towards the inside in fifth. Followed up by Backwater in sixth and 2 lengths to TD McGee, who's at the back of the pack. They race the half-mile pole. Julita with a slender lead over Lady Banker, who's hounding that one on the outside second. Call Me Penny tries to probe through at the fence in third. I'll link back to Unwoke in fourth. 2 more lengths to World Bank in fifth. A space of 5 to Backwater in second last, and 2 lengths to TD McGee, who trails the field midway on the turn. Julita and Lady Banker still first and second. Call Me Penny scrapes the paint in third. Unwoke goes wide for the stretch drive in fourth. And then in fifth, that's World Bank. Backwaters in second last. TD McGee trails the field in their upper stretch. It's Julita nearest the inside on top by a length and a half. Call Me Penny comes to engage on the outside. And then it's Backwater. World Bank towards the inside. Julita is fatigued. It's Call Me Penny pressing to the outside. Backwater stand side. It's Call Me Penny. Call Me Penny defeats Backwater. World Bank was up close there at the end as well in the ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Three, 6, 2, 5. Number 3, Call Me Penny first at 26-1. 6 furlongs and 113.26. Back to the winner's circle, Call Me Penny. Kentucky bred. 6-year-old chestnut mare by First Samurai out of Exposure. Go to Toga Racing owns. Rachel Sells trains. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. 2 wins for Gomez on the card. Prices are up. $55.78. The winning mutual, double $195.48. Exacta $316.92. Trifecta $450.23. Super $523.69. Pick 3 $448.98. Pick 4 $4,000. $672.59. And we got a pick 5 carryover, $10,913.96. That will go into the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. Please note, first post on Monday. The final 2 Mondays of the meet will be at 12:10 p.m. Also on Monday, calling the final 2 weeks of the racing season, will be Woodbine announcer Robert Geller. Yours truly. Today is my final day as the announcer in 2025 at Finger Lakes. I've had loads of fun. Hopefully we'll be here next year. But Robert Geller will be the announcer at Finger Lakes, the current announcer at Woodbine in Canada. He'll be here the final 2 weeks of the racing season. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.